Hey there, sleepy wasteland wanderers. Tonight, we're diving into the haunting beauty of the Fallout universe, where broken cities whisper forgotten stories, and every shadow hides a tale of survival. I'll be your guide through these glowing ruins, sharing quiet moments of hope, resilience, and the eerie calm of a world long gone. So, get cozy, dim the lights, and let the hum of your Pip-Boy light our way. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and check out our full Fallout playlist for more sleepy stories from the wasteland. And if there's a Fallout tale you want to hear next, drop it in the comments. Now, close your eyes, breathe deep, and drift into the world of Fallout, where dreams wander just beyond the horizon. Dawn approached the Commonwealth with the gentle persistence of hope itself, painting the eastern horizon in soft gradations of pearl and amber. The morning mist clung to the valleys between rolling hills, creating ethereal veils that transformed the harsh wasteland into something approaching beauty. In this quiet hour before the settlement stirred to life, the world held a peaceful quality that reminded observers why humanity continued to struggle for survival in this broken landscape. Along a winding dirt path that followed the natural contours of the terrain, a lone figure moved with the measured pace of someone comfortable with solitary travel. Minuteman Corporal Sarah Vale walked with the easy confidence of a veteran patrol officer, her lazy musket secured across her back, a well-worn field pack containing the tools of her particular specialty. Unlike many Minutemen who carried the heavier equipment of combat operations, Vale's gear reflected her role as a mediator. Communication devices, legal references, camping equipment designed for extended deployments in neutral territory. A destination lay ahead where the path crested a gentle ridge, revealing the disputed territory that had brought her to this assignment. Below, a clear stream wound its way through a verdant valley, its waters catching the early morning sunlight like scattered diamonds. The stream served as both blessing and source of contention for the two settlements it connected, Riverside Grove upstream and Millfield downstream, both modest farming communities whose recent disputes over water rights had escalated beyond their ability to resolve independently. Vale paused at the ridge crest, taking a moment to survey the landscape with the practiced eye of someone trained to read both terrain and human nature. From this elevated position, she could see smoke rising from cooking fires in both settlements, evidence of communities beginning their daily routines. The stream flowed peacefully between them, showing no obvious signs of the scarcity that supposedly drove their conflict. Setting down her pack, Vale consulted the handwritten notes that had accompanied her assignment briefing. The initial reports painted a picture of escalating tensions, accusations of water theft, threats to dam the stream, heated exchanges between settlement representatives that had nearly escalated to violence. Yet standing here, observing the actual geography, she felt the familiar intuition that had served her well in previous mediation assignments. The real problem likely lay deeper than the surface complaints suggested. With practiced efficiency, Vale established her temporary camp at a carefully chosen location, equidistant from both settlements. The spot offered clear sight lines in all directions while maintaining obvious neutrality, positioned on Commonwealth land rather than territory claimed by either community. Her shelter went up quickly, a modest but weather structure that would serve as both sleeping quarters and meeting space for the diplomatic work ahead. As she arranged her equipment with methodical care, Vale reflected on the path that had brought her to this specialized role within the Minutemen. Unlike many of her colleagues who had joined the organization for its military purpose, she had been drawn by its democratic ideals, the vision of communities working together to solve problems through cooperation rather than force. Her background as a pre-war social worker had provided skills that proved surprisingly valuable in the post-nuclear world, where isolated settlements often lacked experience in conflict resolution. The morning progressed into early afternoon as Vale completed her preparations, testing communication equipment and reviewing the settlement profiles she had compiled during her preliminary research. Riverside Grove had been founded by families fleeing the overcrowding and rigid hierarchy of Diamond City, seeking the autonomy that came with agricultural self-sufficiency. Millfield's origins lay in a group of vault dwellers who had emerged decades ago, gradually building their community through careful cooperation and shared labor. Both settlements embodied the independence that characterized successful Commonwealth communities. Yet this very strength might be contributing to their current conflict. Communities that had learned to be completely self-reliant sometimes struggled with the compromises necessary for regional cooperation. As the afternoon sun began its descent toward the western horizon, Vale observed a delegation approaching from Riverside Grove. Led by Farmer Ezra, a weathered man whose sun-dickened hands spoke of decades working the soil, the group moved with the determined stride of people convinced of their cause's righteousness. Their body language reflected the tension that had built over weeks of escalating dispute. Shoulders set, expressions stern, voices carrying even at distance as they discussed their position. Vale met them at the boundary of her camp, offering the respectful greeting she had learned to use when beginning mediation work. "Good afternoon. I'm Corporal Vale, Minutemen Community Relations. I appreciate you taking time from your work to meet with me." Ezra stepped forward as the designated spokesperson, his manner reflecting the practical directness common to successful farmers. "Corporal Vale, we got your message about wanting to hear all sides before making recommendations. That's fair. Though I hope you understand, we've been patient too long already with Millfield's unreasonable demands." "I'm here to listen and understand," Vale replied, her tone carefully neutral. "Would you prefer to discuss the situation here, or would you be more comfortable at your settlement?" The group exchanged glances before Ezra nodded toward a flat area beside the stream where fallen logs provided natural seating. "He's fine. Neutral ground, like you said in your message. Shows we're willing to be reasonable, unlike some others." As they settled into position, Vale employed the active listening techniques that formed the foundation of effective mediation. Rather than immediately focusing on the stated dispute over water rights, she encouraged the Riverside Grove representatives to describe their community, its founding, its growth, the challenges they had overcome in establishing their agricultural operations. What emerged painted a picture more complex than the initial reports had suggested. Riverside Grove had indeed been established by Diamond City refugees, but their motivation had been more than simple overcrowding. Several families had left after conflicts with the city's increasingly centralized authority, seeking the independence to make their own decisions about community life. "We came here because we wanted to build something ourselves," Ezra explained, his voice carrying the pride of someone who had transformed wilderness into productive farmland. Every building, every field, every improvement. We did it with our own hands, made our own decisions about how things should work. That's not something we're willing to give up lightly. As the conversation continued, Vale began to understand the deeper currents flowing beneath the surface dispute. Riverside Grove's concerns about water access masked a more fundamental anxiety about maintaining their community's independence. Their worry wasn't really about Millfield taking their water. It was about being forced into arrangements that might compromise their autonomy. What specific changes have you observed in the stream flow? Vale asked, focusing on concrete details rather than abstract grievances. The question prompted a detailed discussion that revealed telling inconsistencies. While the representatives spoke confidently about reduced water access, their specific examples were vague. Mentions of lower levels during particular weeks, assumptions about upstream usage based on second-hand observations. The picture that emerged suggested concerns based more on fear than documented scarcity. As evening approached, Vale thanked the Riverside Grove delegation for their time and transparency. I'll be meeting with Millfield representatives tomorrow morning. After hearing from both communities, I'd like to arrange a joint session where we can work together on solutions that address everyone's concerns. Ezra nodded, though his expression remained guarded. We're willing to talk, Corporal, but we won't accept any arrangement that puts our community at the mercy of others' decisions. We've worked too hard for our independence to surrender it now. After the delegation departed, Vale spent the evening reviewing her notes and reflecting on what she had learned. The patterns were familiar from previous mediations, a stated conflict over resources that actually reflected deeper concerns about community identity and autonomy. Both settlements valued their independence, but this strength was preventing them from recognizing opportunities for mutually beneficial cooperation. The next morning brought overcast skies and a gentle breeze that carried the scent of growing crops from both settlements. Vale had risen early to prepare for her meeting with Millfield's representatives, reviewing her notes on their community background and considering how their perspective might differ from Riverside Grove's concerns. The Millfield delegation arrived punctually, led by settlement coordinator Naya, a woman whose bearing reflected the organized efficiency that characterized successful vault-descended communities. Unlike the previous day's group, these representatives moved with the careful coordination of people accustomed to making decisions through structured discussion rather than individual authority. Corporal Vale, Naya greeted her with the formal courtesy that vault communities often maintained. We appreciate the Minutemen's willingness to assist with this dispute. Millfield has always believed in resolving conflicts through rational discussion, rather than escalation. The subtle criticism of Riverside Grove's approach wasn't lost on Vale, who recognized the pattern of each side positioning themselves as the reasonable party, while implying their opponent's unreasonableness. This dynamic often complicated mediation by making each community reluctant to acknowledge legitimate concerns from the other side. As they settled into conversation, Vale encouraged the Millfield representatives to describe their community's relationship with the stream and their perspective on the developing conflict. What emerged was a mirror image of the previous day's concerns. A community equally committed to independence, equally worried about external threats to their autonomy. Our founders chose this location specifically because the stream would provide reliable water access, Naya explained, consulting notes that reflected her community's systematic approach to documentation. Our agricultural planning, our population projections, our entire settlement design assumes continued access to our historical water usage pattern. The conversation revealed that Millfield's concerns weren't really about Riverside Grove reducing stream flow, but about the upstream community's potential to do so in the future. Their fear centered on being forced to depend on another community's goodwill for something as essential as water access, a vulnerability that conflicted with their commitment to self-sufficiency. Have you observed actual reductions in water availability? Vale asked, applying the same specific focus she had used with the Riverside Grove delegation. The question prompted careful consultation of Millfield's detailed records, which showed seasonal variations but no clear pattern of reduction that could be attributed to upstream usage. Like their counterparts, Millfield's concerns were based more on potential threats than documented problems. As the morning progressed, Vale recognized the fundamental dynamic driving the conflict. Both communities shared identical values: independence, self-reliance, community control over local decisions. Their dispute wasn't really about water scarcity, but about vulnerability to each other's potential actions. Each settlement feared that cooperation might lead to dependence, not recognizing that their shared values could form the foundation for mutually beneficial arrangements. Would Millfield be interested in participating in a regional cooperation council? Vale asked, introducing the concept she had been developing since her initial assessment, a structure where both communities maintain complete autonomy over internal decisions while coordinating on shared regional concerns. Naya's expression showed cautious interest rather than the immediate suspicion Vale had half expected. That would depend on the specific structure and decision-making processes. Millfield wouldn't participate in any arrangement that allowed external control over our internal affairs, but we're not opposed to coordination that serves mutual interests. This response encouraged Valet's growing sense that both communities were more aligned than their surface conflict suggested. Their shared commitment to independence could become the foundation for cooperation, rather than an obstacle to it. After the Millfield delegation departed, Vale spent the remainder of the day developing the framework for a potential solution. Her experience with previous mediations had taught her that successful agreements required structures that addressed each party's core concerns while creating genuine mutual benefits. In this case, both settlements needed assurance that cooperation wouldn't compromise their independence. The Cooperation Council concept she envisioned would formalize coordination while explicitly preserving each community's autonomy. Rather than creating external authority over local decisions, it would provide a forum for information sharing, mutual aid during emergencies, and collaborative planning for regional challenges that affected multiple settlements. As evening approached, Vale sent messages to both settlements proposing a joint meeting to discuss potential solutions. Rather than asking them to compromise their stated positions, she invited them to explore how their shared values might support mutually beneficial cooperation. The difference in framing was subtle but important, positioning the discussion as building on common ground rather than resolving conflicting demands. The following morning brought clear skies and the renewed energy that often accompanied breakthrough moments in complex negotiations. Both delegations arrived at Val's camp simultaneously, a coincidence that created an opportunity for informal interaction as they approached the designated meeting area. Vali observed their body language carefully, noting signs of cautious curiosity rather than the defensive postures that had characterized their individual meetings. The neutral setting and structured approach seemed to be creating space for more productive discussion than the informal encounters that had previously escalated tension. "Thank you both for your willingness to explore collaborative solutions," Vale began, her tone reflecting confident professionalism rather than tentative hope. "My conversations with each community have revealed significant common ground that could support mutually beneficial cooperation." She outlined the Cooperation Council concept systematically, emphasizing how it would preserve each settlement's independence while creating structures for regional coordination. Rather than external authority, it would provide voluntary forums for information sharing, mutual aid coordination, and collaborative planning for challenges that affected multiple communities. "The key principle is subsidiarity," Val explained, using a term from her pre-war education that applied perfectly to the current situation. decisions remain at the most local level possible, with higher level coordination only for issues that genuinely require regional cooperation. He explained, and a second later, Ezra and Naya exchanged glances that suggested cautious interest rather than immediate opposition. Both leaders were experienced enough to recognize the potential benefits of structured cooperation, provided it didn't compromise their community's core values. What would this look like in practice? Naya asked, her systematic approach requiring concrete details rather than abstract principles. How would decision-making work? What authority would the council have over individual settlements? Bale had anticipated this question and prepared detailed examples that illustrated how the council would function. Individual settlements retain complete authority over internal affairs, land use, population policies, resource allocation, governance structures. The council would coordinate on shared concerns like trade route security, information sharing about regional threats, mutual aid during emergencies. The discussion that followed revealed both communities' sophisticated understanding of their own needs and constraints. Rather than the intransigent position suggested by initial reports, both settlements showed flexibility about specific arrangements, provided their fundamental concerns were addressed. As afternoon progressed into evening, the three-way conversation gradually transformed into genuine problem-solving. Ezra and Naya began talking directly with each other, rather than only through Vale's mediation, exploring possibilities for cooperation that went beyond water rights to encompass broader regional coordination. We've had similar problems with raiders using the old highway to approach our territory, Ezra mentioned during a discussion of mutual aid possibilities. If Millfield has similar concerns, coordinated patrols might benefit both communities. This observation sparked a broader conversation about shared challenges that neither community could address effectively in isolation. Trade security, information about regional threats, coordination during severe weather events, all represented areas where cooperation could provide significant benefits without compromising individual autonomy. By evening, the framework for a formal cooperation council had taken shape through genuine collaborative discussion. Rather than imposed solution, it represented shared recognition of how mutual aid could strengthen rather than threaten each community's independence. I'd like to propose a trial period, Vale suggested as the day's discussion drew to a natural conclusion. 6 months of monthly council meetings, focusing on information sharing and emergency coordination. No binding commitments beyond what each settlement chooses voluntarily. Both delegations agreed to take this proposal back to their communities for formal consideration, but their enthusiasm suggested likely approval. What had begun as intractable conflict over water rights had transformed into opportunity for broader regional cooperation. Over the following weeks, both settlements voted to participate in the Cooperation Council trial period. The first meeting was held at Vare's former campsite, now transformed into a permanent neutral meeting ground, maintained jointly by both communities. The water rights issue that had originally prompted the dispute was resolved through simple information sharing. Both settlements documented their actual usage patterns and discovering that combined consumption remained well within the stream's capacity, even during dry seasons. Fear of potential scarcity had created conflict where none was necessary. More significantly, the Cooperation Council began addressing regional challenges that neither community could handle effectively alone. Coordinated patrols reduced raider activity along local trade routes. Information sharing about weather patterns improved agricultural planning for both settlements. Emergency aid protocols strengthened both communities' resilience against unexpected challenges. As Vale prepared to depart for her next assignment, she reflected on what had been accomplished through patient listening and structured dialogue. Two communities that had approached the brink of serious conflict had discovered instead opportunities for mutually beneficial cooperation. Their shared values, rather than dividing them, had become the foundation for stronger regional coordination. The Cooperation Council continued meeting monthly, with rotating leadership that ensured neither settlement dominated the process. What had begun as conflict resolution had evolved into genuine regional governance that strengthened both communities while preserving their independence. Vale's final report emphasized the importance of addressing underlying concerns rather than surface disputes. Resource conflicts often mask deeper fears about autonomy and community survival. Successful mediation requires understanding these fundamental concerns and creating structures that address them directly, rather than merely compromising between stated positions. Standing beside the stream that had once symbolized division between communities, Vale observed the peaceful flow of water that now connected cooperative neighbors. The physical geography remained unchanged, but human relationships had transformed potential conflict into collaborative strength. Her work here exemplified the Minutemen's mission at its finest, not imposing solutions through force, but facilitating communities' capacity to solve problems through democratic cooperation. The laser musket across her back remained unused throughout the entire assignment, victory achieved through patient dialogue rather than superior firepower. As she walked away from the valley, Vale carried the satisfaction that came from witnessing democracy in action. Communities choosing cooperation over conflict, mutual aid over isolation, shared strength over individual vulnerability. The Cooperation Council would continue meeting long after her departure, testament to the enduring power of human communities to solve problems through structured dialogue and good faith negotiation. The morning sun climbed higher over the Commonwealth, illuminating a landscape where former adversaries had become collaborative neighbors. Vale's next assignment waited in a distant settlement, another opportunity to demonstrate how patient mediation could transform conflict into cooperation, fear into mutual aid, division into democratic strength. As Corporal Vale's diplomatic success strengthens bonds between farming communities across the Commonwealth, another Minuteman faces a different challenge. In the isolated valleys where settlements prize their independence above all else, Technical Sergeant Jasper arrives with radio equipment and the patient determination to prove that communication networks can preserve rather than threaten community autonomy. Join us next for the Radio Network Builder. The morning mist clung to the mountain valleys of the Commonwealth's northeastern frontier like a gentle blanket, softening the harsh edges of the post-war landscape. Through this ethereal veil, a lone figure navigated the winding dirt path that served as the primary route into Clearwater Valley, one of the region's most deliberately isolated settlements. Technical Sergeant Jasper Chen of the Minutemen moved with the careful gait of someone carrying delicate equipment, his modified pack frame supporting a mobile workshop filled with radio components, diagnostic tools, and technical manuals wrapped in protective oilcloth. The path descended gradually through stands of hardy pine and birch that had reclaimed much of the pre-war logging territory, their roots finding perches in soil that radiation had paradoxically enriched rather than poisoned. Jasper paused periodically to consult his hand-drawn map, cross-referencing landmark features with the detailed reconnaissance notes provided by previous Minutemen patrols. Clearwater Valley's reputation for isolation wasn't accidental. The settlement had chosen this remote location specifically to minimize outside contact and maintain complete independence from Commonwealth politics. As the morning progressed toward midday, the path crested a ridge that offered Jasper's first clear view of his destination. Clearwater Valley spread below him like a hidden sanctuary, its neat arrangement of buildings and cultivated fields creating an impression of peaceful self-sufficiency. The settlement's defensive positioning was immediately apparent to his trained eye. Natural barriers on three sides, clear sightlines for early warning, multiple escape routes through mountain passes that would be difficult for larger forces to navigate. More relevant to his current mission, Jasper observed the complete absence of any external communication infrastructure. No radio antennas, no signal relay equipment, no external power lines that might connect Clearwater Valley to the broader Commonwealth communication network. The settlement had achieved the total communication independence they desired, but at the cost of isolation that could prove dangerous during regional emergencies. Setting down his pack at the valley's entrance, Jasper conducted his standard pre-contact assessment. His experience with isolated communities had taught him the importance of approaching slowly, demonstrating respect for local autonomy while gradually building trust through practical assistance rather than external pressure. The radio network expansion program succeeded only when communities chose voluntary participation based on clear understanding of benefits rather than imposed requirements. The settlement's layout reflected thoughtful planning and community cooperation. Fields arranged for optimal crop rotation surrounded a cluster of well-maintained buildings, while workshops and storage facilities occupied positions that balanced accessibility with security considerations. Gardens and livestock areas showed evidence of careful resource management, suggesting a community that had successfully achieved agricultural self-sufficiency despite their challenging geographic location. Jasper's approach along the main path was observed long before he reached the settlement proper. Several residents paused in their outdoor work to watch his progress, their body language reflecting curious caution rather than open hostility. This measured response encouraged him. Truly, xenophobic communities would have challenged his presence much earlier in his approach. Near the settlement's informal boundary, marked by split-rail fencing rather than military fortifications, a small delegation emerged to meet him. Led by a woman whose bearing suggested community leadership, the group approached with the careful courtesy that characterized successful isolated settlements. Polite, but maintaining clear boundaries about territorial authority. "Good afternoon," the leader greeted him, her tone professionally neutral. "I'm Quinn Morrison, elected coordinator for Clearwater Valley. We don't get many visitors in this area. What brings you to our community?" Jasper responded with the respectful formality he had learned to employ during initial contact with independent settlements. "Good afternoon, Coordinator Morrison. I'm Technical Sergeant Jasper Chen, Minutemen Communications Division. I'm here to provide information about voluntary participation in our regional emergency communication network." Quinn's expression reflected the careful consideration that came with community leadership responsibilities. "We appreciate the Minutemen's work in the Commonwealth, Sergeant Chen, but Clearwater Valley has deliberately maintained communication independence. We've found that external connections often lead to external pressures that compromise local autonomy." This response aligned with Jasper's expectations based on his briefing materials and previous experience with isolated communities. Rather than pressing his case immediately, he acknowledged their position with genuine respect while requesting permission to establish temporary camp outside their territorial boundary. "I understand and respect your community's commitment to independence," he replied, settling his pack more comfortably on his shoulders. "Would it be acceptable for me to establish a temporary camp nearby? I have technical information that might interest your community." but I don't want to impose on your hospitality or territorial boundaries. The request for permission rather than assumption of access clearly registered as appropriate behavior. Quinn consulted briefly with her companions before nodding approval. There's a cleared area about a quarter-mile back up the path, near the stream crossing. You're welcome to camp there for a reasonable period, provided you respect our community boundaries. Jasper thanked them for their courtesy and retraced his steps to the designated camping area. The location proved ideal for his purposes, close enough to demonstrate his peaceful intentions while maintaining the respectful distance that isolated communities required. A clear stream provided fresh water, while mature trees offered natural windbreaks for his equipment setup. As afternoon progressed toward evening, Jasper established his mobile workshop with the methodical precision that characterized his approach to technical work. Each piece of equipment found its designated position within the organized space. Radio components arranged by function, diagnostic tools secured against weather exposure, technical manuals protected but readily accessible for reference. The setup process itself served a diplomatic purpose, demonstrating his professional expertise while avoiding any appearance of military preparation. His workshop arrangement reflected years of experience with field installations under challenging conditions. Battery-powered equipment provided independence from external power sources, while modular design allowed rapid reconfiguration for different technical requirements. Weather-assistant enclosures protected delicate electronics, while organizational systems ensured efficient operation even during emergency conditions. As evening approached, Jasper observed the settlement's daily routines from his respectful distance. Clearwater Valley's operations reflected the careful coordination necessary for successful isolated communities. Work parties rotating between different essential tasks, resource sharing that maximized community efficiency, security protocols that maintained vigilance without creating oppressive atmosphere. Most significantly for his mission, he noticed the settlement's internal communication methods. Hand signals, message runners, and designated coordination points allowed effective information flow within their boundaries, but provided no capacity for external coordination during emergencies. This gap represented both his opportunity and their potential vulnerability. The next morning brought overcast skies and a gentle breeze that carried the sounds of settlement activity across the valley. Jasper had risen early to conduct equipment checks and prepare for what he hoped would be productive initial contact with curious residents. His experience suggested that isolated communities often contained individuals interested in technical subjects, even when official policy maintained strict independence. His patience was rewarded when a young woman approached his camp during the morning hours, her curiosity apparently overcoming the social barriers that kept most residents at a distance. She moved with the confident stride of someone comfortable in their environment, carrying a small pack that suggested legitimate business in the area rather than mere curiosity. "Good morning," she greeted him, her tone reflecting friendly interest rather than suspicious interrogation. "I'm Sage Whitmore. I live in the valley, work mostly with our livestock management. Coordinator Morrison mentioned you're with the Minutemen Communication Division?" Jasper looked up from the radio component he had been examining, pleased by this opportunity for informal contact. "Good morning, Sage. Yes, I specialize in communication network installation and maintenance. I'm here to provide information about our regional emergency network, but only for communities interested in voluntary participation." Sage's expression showed the technical curiosity that Jasper had hoped to encounter. Emergency network. What kind of emergencies would that cover? The question provided an excellent opening for educational discussion rather than promotional pressure. Jasper set aside his equipment and gestured toward a log that provided comfortable seating near his workspace. Medical emergencies requiring specialized treatment, severe weather warnings that affect multiple areas, coordination during security threats that cross community boundaries. The network provides information sharing that helps communities make better informed local decisions. As their conversation developed, Sage revealed the kind of practical intelligence that made isolated communities successful. Her questions focused on concrete operational details rather than abstract policy concerns. How the equipment functioned, what maintenance requirements were involved, how communities controlled their own participation levels. The key principle is local control, Jasper explained, demonstrating his portable radio equipment while discussing network protocols. Each community decides what information to share, when to participate in regional coordination, whether to respond to external requests for assistance. The network provides options rather than obligations. This distinction clearly resonated with Sage's understanding of her community's values. Clearwater Valley's commitment to independence didn't require complete isolation, provided they maintained control over their own decisions about when and how to engage with external situations. Their discussion was interrupted by distant shouts from the valley below, not the organized calls of coordinated work, but the urgent voices that indicated emergency situations. Both Jasper and Sage immediately turned their attention toward the settlement, where increased activity suggested developing crisis. Within minutes, a breathless messenger arrived at Jasper's camp. "Sage, you need to get back quickly. Emma's youngest boy went missing during the storm last night. Search parties are forming now, but the weather's making tracking difficult. Coordinator Morrison wants all available people for the search effort." Sage's expression immediately shifted to focused concern as she prepared to return to her community. "How long has he been missing? Which area are they concentrating on?" "Since before dawn, maybe earlier. The rain washed out most tracks, and visibility's poor in the higher elevations. We're organizing by grid sectors, but coverage is going to be limited with just our own people." Jasper listened to this exchange with a professional assessment that came from extensive emergency coordination experience. Missing person searches required systematic coverage of large areas, effective communication between search teams, and coordination with potential external resources. All capabilities that isolated communities typically lacked, despite their other strengths. "Sage," he interjected carefully, not wanting to impose during a family crisis, but recognizing an opportunity to demonstrate practical value. "My communication equipment could coordinate with Minutemen patrol units in the broader region. If your community is interested, I could help expand search coverage through voluntary cooperation with external resources." Sage paused, clearly torn between immediate return to the search effort and consideration of Jasper's offer. "I'd need to talk with Coordinator Morrison. The decision about external assistance would have to be made by community leadership, and they're focused on organizing our own search teams right now." "Of course," Jasper replied, beginning to secure his equipment for potential field deployment. "I'll be here, with communication capability ready, if your community decides external coordination would be helpful. No pressure, but the option is available." As Sage hurried back toward the settlement, Jasper prepared his equipment for potential emergency deployment while respecting the community's decision-making autonomy. His portable radio setup could establish contact with Minutemen patrol units throughout the region, coordinate with any external search resources, and maintain communication links between dispersed search teams. However, such assistance required community consent rather than unilateral action. The morning progressed with increasing activity visible throughout Clearwater Valley as search teams organized and deployed to different sectors. Jasper observed their methodical approach with professional appreciation, systematic grid coverage, designated coordination points, regular check-in protocols that maximize safety for searchers, while providing comprehensive area coverage. Yet he also recognized the limitations that isolation imposed on their search capability. Weather conditions that reduced visibility would affect all search teams equally, while difficult terrain could separate teams beyond voice communication range. Most critically, the search area extended beyond any single community's resources, encompassing wilderness regions that would require extensive time to cover thoroughly. Near midday, Coordinator Morrison herself approached Jasper's camp, her expression reflecting the strain of community leadership during crisis situations. Her bearing remained professionally composed, but the urgency underlying her careful courtesy was unmistakable. "Sergeant Chen," she greeted him formally. "Sage mentioned you have communication equipment that could coordinate with external search resources. I need to understand exactly what that would involve before making any decisions about outside assistance." Jasper responded with the directness that emergency situations required, while maintaining respect for community autonomy. "I can establish contact with Minutemen patrol units within a 40-mile radius, coordinate with any Commonwealth emergency response resources, and maintain communication links between search teams operating beyond voice range. All assistance would be voluntary coordination rather than external command authority." Quinn considered this information with the careful evaluation that characterized her leadership approach. What level of outside involvement would that require? We're not willing to surrender control of our own search operations or accept external authority over community decisions. "None," Jasper replied firmly. "Your search teams maintain their own organization and decision-making. The communication network simply expands information sharing and resource coordination. External assistance responds to your requests rather than imposing their own priorities." This clarification addressed Quinn's primary concern about maintaining local control during the crisis. After brief consideration, she nodded decisive approval. "Establish your communication links, Sergeant Chen. We need all available resources to find Emma's boy safely." Jasper immediately began deploying his emergency communication setup, transforming his organized workshop into an active coordination center within minutes. His equipment had been specifically designed for rapid deployment during crisis situations, with pre-corrected settings that allowed immediate contact with Minutemen emergency frequencies. "Minutemen Emergency Network, this is Technical Sergeant Chen requesting regional search coordination," he transmitted, his professional tone carrying the authority that commanded immediate attention from receiving stations. "Missing person emergency, Clearwater Valley, grid coordinates Echo 77. Requesting available patrol units for expanded search coverage. 2 battalions. The response came within moments, demonstrating the communication network's value during actual emergencies. Multiple Minutemen units confirmed availability for search assistance, while the Preston Garvey himself acknowledged from Sanctuary Hills and coordinated regional resource deployment. "Chen, this is General Garvey. We have 3 patrol units within range of your coordinates, plus civilian volunteers from nearby settlements. What's the search situation?" Jasper provided a concise briefing on search parameters, weather conditions, and local terrain challenges, while Quinn listened to the expanding coordination efforts her decision had initiated. The network's capability to rapidly organize multi-community response clearly impressed her, though she maintained her careful evaluation of external involvement levels. Within an hour, search coverage had expanded dramatically. Minutemen patrol units approached the valley from different directions. Civilian volunteers from neighboring settlements provided additional personnel, and coordinate communication links allowed systematic coverage of areas beyond Clearwater Valley's independent resources. Most importantly, the expanded search effort located the missing child within 2 hours, found sheltering in a cave formation that local search teams hadn't yet reached. Cold and frightened, but unharmed. The rapid location and safe recovery vindicated Quinn's decision to accept external coordination, while demonstrating the communication network's practical value during genuine emergencies. As search teams returned with the rescued child, Quinn approached Jasper's communication station, where he was coordinating demobilization of external resources. Her expression reflected the careful consideration of someone evaluating new information that challenged previous assumptions. The communication coordination was effective, she acknowledged, her tone carrying grudging appreciation. I hadn't fully understood how external coordination could support rather than override local decision-making. The network preserved our community's control while expanding our capabilities. Jasper nodded acknowledgement while continuing his systematic shutdown of emergency protocols. That's the fundamental design principle. Communities maintain complete autonomy over internal decisions while gaining access to regional resources during situations that exceed local capacity. The successful search operation had clearly affected community attitudes toward external communication. Several residents who had maintained careful distance during Jasper's first days now approached with questions about network participation, their curiosity overcoming previous suspicions about outside involvement. Over the following days, Quinn convened community meetings to discuss potential participation in the regional communication network. These discussions reflected Clearwater Valley's democratic decision-making processes, with extensive debate about benefits, risks, and safeguards that would preserve their valued independence. Jasper participated in these meetings as a technical consultant rather than advocate, providing detailed information about equipment capabilities, network protocols, and participation options, while carefully avoiding pressure for any particular decision. His role was to ensure informed choice rather than promoted adoption. The technical discussions revealed sophisticated understanding of their own needs and constraints. Community members raised thoughtful questions about equipment maintenance, communication security, external monitoring possibilities, and protocols for controlling their own participation levels. The equipment would be owned and operated by our community, asked Marcus Webb, whose technical background made him a natural questioner about operational details. We would control when to participate in network communications and when to maintain independent operations? Completely, Jasper confirmed, demonstrating the equipment's local control interfaces. Network participation is voluntary at every level, whether to join, when to communicate, what information to share, how to respond to external requests. The goal is expanded options rather than new obligations. These clarifications addressed the community's core concerns about maintaining autonomy while accessing external resources. Gradually, support developed for a trial participation period that would allow practical evaluation of network benefits without permanent commitment to continued involvement. The community vote was decisive, though not unanimous. Approval for trial network participation with full equipment installation, training for local operators, and formal protocols that preserved community control over all communication decisions. The trial period would last 6 months, after which continued participation would require another community decision. Installation of the communication equipment took several days, with Jasper training local operators while community members observed the process with evident interest. The setup required careful positioning of antenna arrays to optimize signal transmission while maintaining the valley's visual isolation. Technical challenges that prompted collaborative problem-solving between Jasper and local residents. Young Sage proved particularly adept at the technical operation, her livestock management experience translating surprisingly well to communication coordination. Under Jasper's patient instruction, she learned to operate the equipment, maintain communication protocols, and troubleshoot common technical problems that might arise during routine operations. The key is systematic thinking, Jasper explained as they worked through operational procedures. Each communication has specific requirements: emergency versus routine, local versus regional, information sharing versus assistance requests. Understanding these distinctions helps you use the network effectively while maintaining community control. As the installation neared completion, the first test communications demonstrated successful integration with the regional network. Clearwater Valley could now communicate with Minutemen stations throughout the Commonwealth, coordinate with neighboring settlements during mutual concerns, and access regional information that might affect local decision-making. More importantly, the trial operation confirmed that network participation preserved rather than compromised community independence. Information flowed both ways. Clearwater Valley gained access to regional intelligence while contributing their own observations about conditions in the frontier territories. Their strategic location provided valuable early warning about weather patterns and potential threats approaching from the northeastern wilderness. Community reaction to the successful installation reflected cautious satisfaction rather than enthusiastic embrace. Residents appreciated the expanded capabilities while maintaining careful attention to preserving their valued independence. This measured response encouraged Jasper, suggesting that network integration had been achieved without fundamental compromise of community value. As his assignment neared completion, Jasper conducted final training sessions with local operators and documented the installation for future maintenance reference. His technical manuals would remain with the community, providing guidance for routine maintenance and troubleshooting that would preserve network capability without requiring external technical support. The most important principle is local control, he emphasized during final training sessions. The network provides options rather than obligations. Use it when external coordination serves your community's interests. Maintain independence when local resources are sufficient for your needs. The successful Clearwater Valley installation represented more than simple equipment deployment. It demonstrated how communication networks could strengthen rather than threaten community independence. Voluntary participation, local control, and mutual benefit had transformed initial suspicion into collaborative engagement with regional resources. On his final evening in the valley, Jasper received an invitation to share dinner with several community families, a gesture of acceptance that reflected genuine appreciation for his respectful approach to their autonomy concerns. The conversation ranged across technical subjects, community development challenges, and broader Commonwealth recovery efforts, creating connections that transcended the immediate equipment installation. You've shown us that connection doesn't require surrendering control, Quinn observed during the evening's discussion. That's a valuable lesson for any community trying to balance independence with regional cooperation. Emma, whose child's rescue had prompted the initial reconsideration of network participation, expressed particular gratitude for the expanded emergency capabilities. Knowing we can coordinate with external resources during crises without surrendering our daily independence, that provides security without compromising our values. The next morning brought clear skies and renewed mountain air that carried the sounds of Clearwater Valley's daily routines. Community life continuing its successful pattern while enhanced by expanded communication capabilities. Jasper packed his mobile workshop with the satisfaction that came from successful technical deployment combined with genuine diplomatic achievement. His assignment had demonstrated the Minutemen communication network's fundamental purpose, strengthening communities' ability to help themselves rather than creating dependencies on external authority. Clearwater Valley retained complete control over their internal affairs while gaining access to regional resources during situations that exceeded local capacity. As he prepared to depart, several community members gathered to express appreciation for his patient, respectful approach to their concerns. Their thanks reflected recognition that he had honored their values while expanding their capabilities, an achievement that required technical expertise combined with diplomatic sensitivity. "The equipment will serve you well," he assured them, shouldering his pack for the journey to his next assignment. "But remember that the real value lies in the connections you choose to make with neighboring communities. The network is strongest when communities support each other voluntarily." Walking back up the mountain path that had brought him to Clearwater Valley, Jasper reflected on the successful integration of another independent community into the regional network. Each installation strengthened the overall system, while preserving the local autonomy that made Commonwealth communities resilient against external threats. The communication network embodied the Minutemen's fundamental mission, supporting communities' capacity for self-determination while facilitating cooperation that served mutual interests. Technical capability combined with respect for local values had transformed isolation into connection, independence into interdependence, suspicion into collaborative engagement. Behind him, Clearwater Valley continued its successful routines while maintaining radio contact with the broader Commonwealth for the first time in their community's history. The antenna arrays that now topped their highest buildings remained nearly invisible from most angles, preserving their visual isolation while ending their communication isolation. His next assignment waited in another remote settlement, another community that valued independence above external connection. The patient work of building trust, demonstrating respect, and providing practical value would begin again, expanding the network one voluntary connection at a time. The morning sun climbed higher over the Commonwealth frontier, illuminating a landscape where isolated communities gradually discovered that cooperation could strengthen rather than threaten their independence. Jasper's technical expertise had made the connection possible, but community wisdom had made it successful. As the mountain path led him toward new challenges and opportunities, Jasper carried the quiet satisfaction that came from work that truly served others, preserving what communities valued while expanding what they could achieve through voluntary cooperation. The radio network continued its patient growth, one respectful installation at a time. While Technical Sergeant Jasper's diplomatic patience expands communication networks across the Commonwealth, along the vital trade routes that connect scattered settlements, another Minuteman faces different challenges. Lieutenant Commander Ash patrols the caravan paths where reports of raider activity threaten peaceful commerce, but her investigations will reveal that the real threats to community prosperity often stem from desperation rather than malice. Join us next for the Supply Route Guardian. The pre-dawn hours cast the Commonwealth's trade routes in gentle shadows, transforming the worn pathways into silver ribbons that connected scattered settlements across the recovering landscape. Lieutenant Commander Ash Patel moved through this quiet hour with the measured pace of someone who understood that effective security came from observation rather than intimidation. Her patrol route followed the main caravan path between Bunker Hill and the northern settlements, a vital commercial artery that carried not just goods but hope between communities struggling to rebuild civilization. From her elevated observation post overlooking Traders Junction, Ash surveyed the landscape with the patient attention that had made her one of the Minutemen's most effective route security specialists. Unlike many of her colleagues who focused on reactive response to threats, her approach emphasized prevention through understanding, identifying potential problems before they escalated into violence, addressing root causes rather than merely responding to symptoms. The junction below served as a crucial waypoint where multiple trade routes converged, offering travelers rest, resupply, and the security that came from numbers. Even at this early hour, signs of activity were visible, cookfires being kindled in the travelers' camp, Brahmin being prepared for the day's journey, merchants conducting the quiet conversations that preceded departure. The scene represented everything the Minutemen existed to protect: peaceful commerce, voluntary cooperation, communities helping each other thrive. Ash's intelligence briefing lay open beside her, filled with the careful notations that characterized her analytical approach to security work. Recent reports suggested increased raider activity in the region, with particular concerns about threats to an important caravan scheduled to traverse the route within the next few days. The cargo manifest indicated medical supplies destined for settlements along the northern frontier, materials that could mean the difference between life and death for communities with limited access to advanced healthcare. Rather than deploying additional firepower in response to these reports, Ash had chosen her characteristic approach of investigation and understanding. Her experience had taught her that apparent raider threats often masked more complex situations. Desperation masquerading as criminality, communities in crisis making dangerous choices out of lack of alternatives. Addressing these underlying issues prevented violence more effectively than superior firepower. As morning light strengthened across the Commonwealth, Ash began her systematic approach to threat assessment. Her first stop would be the junction's informal information hub, the trading post operated by Caravan Master Thorn, whose extensive network of contacts provided intelligence about conditions throughout the region. Thorn's weathered face and practical demeanor reflected decades of experience navigating the Commonwealth's dangerous trade routes. "Morning, Commander," Thorn greeted her as she approached his establishment, already bustling with early morning preparation. "Heard you might be asking questions about security concerns. Can't say I'm surprised, given some of the reports we've been hearing lately." Ash settled into the conversation with the patient attention she brought to all intelligence gathering. "What kind of reports specifically? I'm interested in concrete observations rather than general concerns about raider activity." Thorn consulted the mental catalogue that successful caravan masters maintained. Detailed knowledge of routes, personalities, and potential problems that could affect their operations. Nothing direct, mind you. But travelers have mentioned seeing camps in areas that used to be empty, smoke rising from locations that don't correspond to known settlements. Could be nothing, could be groups setting up to prey on trade traffic. This information aligned with Ash's preliminary assessment while providing specific details that would guide her investigation. Any descriptions of the people involved, numbers, equipment, apparent organization level. "That's where it gets interesting," Thorn replied, his expression reflecting the thoughtful consideration he brought to complex situations. "Reports suggest families rather than typical raider gangs. Women, children, older folks. Not the demographic you'd expect for organized highway robbery." This observation immediately shifted Ash's analytical framework. Raider gangs typically consisted of young adults organized around violence and resource extraction, while family groups suggested different motivations, possibly desperation rather than criminality, survival rather than predation. The distinction was crucial for determining appropriate response strategies. Have there been any actual incidents, attacks, threats, demands for tribute? Ash asked, focusing on concrete evidence rather than speculative concerns. Thorne shook his head slowly. That's what's puzzling about the whole situation. Lots of nervous talk, but no actual confrontations. Makes me wonder if we're dealing with potential threats or people who are just desperate. This assessment reinforced Ash's growing sense that the situation required investigation rather than military response. Her experience with frontier security had taught her to distinguish between genuine threats and communities in crisis, understanding that inappropriate responses could transform desperate people into actual enemies. After thanking Thorne for his insights, Ash began her systematic survey of information sources throughout the junction. Travelers, merchants, and local residents each provided pieces of the larger puzzle, their observations gradually creating a picture more complex than simple raider activity. The consensus that emerged painted a concerning picture. Multiple families appeared to be camping in areas away from established settlements, showing signs of hardship but no clear evidence of aggressive intentions. Several observers noted that these groups seemed to be avoiding contact rather than seeking opportunities for predation, behavior that suggested desperation rather than criminal organization. As afternoon approached, Ash decided to investigate these reported camps directly. Her approach would be observational rather than confrontational, gathering information that would inform her assessment of the actual security situation. If these groups were indeed desperate families rather than organized raiders, they might require assistance rather than military action. The first reported camp location lay several miles north of the junction, in an area of broken terrain that provided natural concealment while remaining accessible to the main trade routes. Ash approached with the careful stealth that came from extensive patrol experience, positioning herself to observe without being detected while evaluating the situation's actual dynamics. What she discovered confirmed her developing hypothesis. The camp contained perhaps 15 people, men, women, and children whose appearance suggested recent hardship rather than criminal lifestyle. Their equipment was minimal and improvised, their shelters constructed from salvaged materials rather than military-grade supplies. Most tellingly, their positioning suggested defensive rather than aggressive intent, concealment from observation rather than ambush preparation. From her concealed observation post, Ash watched the camp's daily routines unfold. Adults foraged for edible plants, while children played quietly near the shelters, their activities showing the careful resource conservation that characterized communities under severe stress. No weapons were visible beyond basic hunting implements, no evidence of organization beyond family groups cooperating for mutual survival. The picture became clear as she continued her observation. These were not raiders preparing to prey on trade traffic, but desperate families whose circumstances had forced them to consider dangerous alternatives. The question remained whether their desperation might drive them to actual criminal activity, and what interventions might prevent such escalation. As evening approached, Ash made the decision to initiate direct contact. Her approach would be careful and non-threatening, identifying herself as Minutemen while emphasizing assistance rather than enforcement. The success of such encounters often depended on initial impressions and the tone established during first contact. She approached the camp openly, her hands visible and weapons secured, calling out her identity and peaceful intentions from a distance that allowed the family's time to respond without feeling threatened. "Hello there. I'm Lieutenant Commander Ash Patel, Commonwealth Minutemen. I'd like to speak with whoever's in charge, if that's acceptable." The response was immediate and telling. Adults moving to protective positions around children while maintaining non-aggressive postures. The behavior of people who had learned to be cautious but weren't inherently hostile. After brief consultation among themselves, a middle-aged woman approached as spokesperson for the group. "I'm Iris Hawthorne," she introduced herself with dignity despite her worn appearance. "These are my neighbors and family members. We're not looking for trouble, Commander, just trying to survive until we can figure out our next steps." Ash responded with the respectful tone she had learned to use when dealing with people in crisis. "I'm not here to cause problems for your families. I've been investigating reports of potential threats to trade routes in this area, and I wanted to understand the actual situation before making any recommendations." This approach clearly surprised Iris, whose expression shifted from defensive caution to cautious hope. "You're not here to move us along? Most officials assume we're trouble just because we don't have a settled place to live." "I'm here to understand what's happening," Ash replied, her tone carrying genuine interest rather than official authority. "Would you be willing to tell me about your situation? Sometimes the Minutemen can help with problems that seem impossible to solve alone." What emerged over the following conversation was a story that exemplified the challenges facing Commonwealth recovery efforts. The families had been agricultural workers in a settlement that had suffered complete crop failure due to a combination of drought, soil contamination, and plant disease. Without their agricultural income, they couldn't afford to remain in the settlement, but lacked resources to relocate to areas with better opportunities. "We've been trying to find somewhere that needs additional workers," Iris explained, her voice carrying the strain of weeks of unsuccessful searching. "But most settlements are barely supporting their existing populations. They can't take on additional families without guaranteed resources to support them." The economic dynamics were depressingly familiar to Ash, who had encountered similar situations throughout the Commonwealth. Post-war recovery remained fragile, with most communities operating close to subsistence levels that made additional population difficult to absorb. Families displaced by local disasters often found themselves in impossible situations, unable to remain where they were, but lacking opportunities for relocation. "The raider concerns, are they related to your situation?" Ash asked, addressing the central security question that had brought her to investigate. Iris's expression showed the shame that came with contemplating desperate measures. "We've been discussing options. None of us want to hurt anyone, but we're facing starvation if we don't find some way to support our families. Some of the younger men have talked about intercepting caravans, taking just enough to survive." This admission confirmed Ash's assessment while providing crucial information about timeline and intent. The families weren't organized raiders, but desperate people considering criminal activity as a last resort. Intervention at this stage could prevent escalation while addressing the underlying crisis that drove their desperation. "What kind of work skills do your families have?" Ash asked, shifting the conversation from problem assessment to solution development. "Agricultural experience, crafts, construction, specialized knowledge?" "No, none of that," surprised. The question prompted detailed discussion that revealed significant capabilities within the displaced families. Agricultural expertise, construction skills, crafts production, even teaching abilities. talents that would be valuable to communities if appropriate arrangements could be made. As night settled over the Commonwealth, Ash found herself engaged in collaborative planning rather than security enforcement. Her experience with regional settlements had taught her which communities might benefit from additional skilled workers, provided appropriate introduction and support arrangements could be established. I may be able to help with connecting your families to communities that need additional workers, she offered, the possibility taking shape as she considered various settlements along her patrol routes. Not charity, but genuine employment opportunities that would benefit both your families and the communities that hire you. The response was immediate and overwhelming. Adults struggling to maintain composure, while children sensed the shift in adult mood from desperation to hope. The possibility of legitimate employment rather than criminal alternatives represented everything they had been seeking during weeks of unsuccessful searching. Over the following days, Ash initiated contact with settlements throughout her patrol region, identifying communities that could benefit from additional skilled workers while explaining the situation facing the displaced families. Her approach emphasized mutual benefit rather than charity, positioning the arrangements as economic opportunities that served all parties' interests. The response exceeded her expectations. Several settlements expressed immediate interest in additional agricultural workers, while others requested skilled crafts production or construction assistance. The key was matching specific skills with community needs, while providing support for the relocation and integration process. Bunker Hill proved particularly receptive, their expanding trade operations requiring additional workers for various support functions. The settlement's merchant-oriented culture made them comfortable with employment arrangements that provided fair compensation for valuable services. "We've been looking for experienced agricultural advisors," explained settlement coordinator Jenkins during Ash's consultation visit. "Our food production has room for expansion, but we need people who understand crop rotation, soil management, pest control. These families could provide exactly what we need while finding stable employment." Similar conversations with other settlements created a network of employment opportunities that could accommodate most of the displaced families. The process required careful coordination to ensure appropriate matches between skills and needs. But the fundamental framework emerged quickly once communities understood the mutual benefits involved. The relocation process unfolded over several weeks, with Ash coordinating logistics while families prepared for integration into new communities. Her role expanded from security patrol to economic development, facilitating connections that strengthened regional prosperity while preventing the criminal activity that desperation might have driven. Most significantly, the family's successful integration created precedents for addressing similar displacement situations. Other communities began requesting similar assistance when they encountered displaced families, understanding that early intervention prevented security problems while creating economic opportunities. Caravan Master Thorne observed the transformation with evident satisfaction. "You turned a potential security threat into an economic opportunity," he noted during one of Ash's routine visits. "That's exactly the kind of thinking that makes the Minutemen valuable to honest traders." The comment reflected broader recognition of Ash's preventive approach to security work. Rather than waiting for problems to escalate into violence, she had identified underlying causes and addressed them through collaborative solutions. The approach required more time and coordination than military responses, but created lasting improvements rather than temporary suppression of symptoms. As autumn progressed toward winter, the family's successful integration became evident throughout the region. Agricultural productivity increased in settlements that had hired experienced farmers, while craft production and construction projects benefited from additional skilled workers. The economic improvements created positive feedback loops that strengthened regional prosperity. More importantly, for security purposes, the successful intervention demonstrated alternative approaches to addressing potential threats. Communities began requesting Minutemen assistance with economic development challenges, understanding that prosperity created security more effectively than military deterrence alone. Iris Hawthorne, now settled in Bunker Hill as agricultural coordinator, became a particularly vocal advocate for the preventive approach. Commander Patel didn't just prevent us from making desperate choices, she explained to other settlement leaders. She helped us find better choices that served everyone's interests. This recognition reflected the deeper impact of Ash's work, transforming desperation into opportunity, potential conflict into collaborative benefit, isolation into regional integration. The approach embodied the Minutemen's fundamental mission of serving communities through practical assistance, rather than merely military protection. During one of her routine patrols several months later, Ash encountered another group of displaced families facing similar circumstances. This time, however, her response was supported by a network of communities actively seeking additional workers, making the intervention process much more efficient. We've heard about families finding good work through Minutemen assistance, explained the group's spokesperson. We're hoping you might know of communities that could use agricultural workers with experience in Brahmin management. The request demonstrated how successful interventions created positive reputations that facilitated future assistance. Communities that had benefited from previous placements actively sought additional workers, while displaced families understood that Minutemen involvement could lead to legitimate employment rather than merely moving them along. This second intervention proceeded smoothly, with families placed in appropriate communities within weeks rather than months. The process had been refined through experience, while community networks had developed expectations and procedures that streamlined integration. The cumulative impact of these interventions extended far beyond individual families or communities. Regional trade routes became more secure as desperate people found legitimate alternatives to criminal activity, while economic productivity increased as skilled workers found appropriate employment. The approach created positive feedback loops that strengthened both security and prosperity throughout the region. Ash's patrol reports reflected this broader impact, documenting not just prevented crimes, but increased economic activity, improved community relationships, and enhanced regional cooperation. Her preventive approach had transformed security work from reactive enforcement to proactive community development. The most effective security comes from addressing root causes, she noted in one comprehensive report. Desperate people make dangerous choices, but people with legitimate opportunities choose cooperation over conflict. Investing in economic development prevents more crimes than responding to criminal activity after it occurs. This philosophy gradually influenced Minutemen doctrine throughout the Commonwealth, with other security specialists adopting similar preventive approaches. Training programs began emphasizing community development alongside traditional military skills, recognizing that lasting security required addressing underlying challenges rather than merely suppressing their symptoms. As winter settled over the Commonwealth, Ash reflected on the transformed landscape of her patrol routes. Trade moved more freely along paths that had been threatened by desperation, while communities thrived with the contributions of skilled workers who had found new homes and opportunities. The personal satisfaction of successful intervention was multiplied by the knowledge that her work had created lasting improvements, rather than temporary solutions. The approach had required patience, creativity, and extensive coordination, but the results vindicated the investment. Families who might have become raiders instead became productive community members, while settlements that might have faced security threats instead gained valuable workers. The preventive approach had transformed potential conflict into mutual benefit. During her regular visits to Traders Junction, Ash observed the increased commercial activity that resulted from improved security and economic development. Caravans moved with greater confidence along routes that had been threatened, while merchants invested in expanded operations that served growing communities. Route security has never been better, Caravan Master Thorne observed during one of their periodic consultations. But more than that, the communities along our routes are thriving. That creates the kind of environment where honest trade can flourish. The observation captured the broader impact of Ash's preventive approach, creating conditions that supported prosperity rather than merely deterring threats. Communities that felt secure and economically viable were more likely to support legitimate trade, creating positive feedback loops that strengthened regional stability. As spring returned to the Commonwealth, bringing renewed energy to communities throughout the region, Ash prepared for another patrol season with confidence in her proven approach. The network of relationships she had built between displaced families and communities needing workers, between settlements seeking economic development and Minutemen offering assistance, created a foundation for continued success. Her patrol routes now included regular visits to families who had been successfully integrated into new communities, monitoring their progress while maintaining the relationships that made future interventions possible. These follow-up visits served both practical and symbolic purposes, demonstrating the Minutemen's commitment to long-term community development rather than merely crisis response. The work had evolved beyond individual security patrols to encompass regional economic development, creating systemic improvements that prevented problems rather than merely responding to them. This transformation embodied the Minutemen's highest aspirations, serving communities through comprehensive assistance that addressed underlying challenges while building lasting prosperity. During one particularly memorable visit to a settlement that had hired several families, Ash observed children playing games that mixed pre-war traditions with post-war innovations, their laughter carrying across fields that had been expanded through new agricultural expertise. The scene represented everything her work had been designed to achieve: communities thriving through cooperation, families finding security through legitimate opportunity, prosperity creating the conditions for lasting peace. As she prepared to leave that settlement for continued patrol duties, several residents gathered to express appreciation for the assistance that had transformed potential security threats into community assets. Their thanks reflected recognition that preventive intervention had created benefits that extended far beyond immediate crisis resolution. "You didn't just help those families find work," observed one longtime resident. "You helped our whole community discover that we could grow and prosper by working together with people who needed opportunities." That's a lesson we'll remember for years to come. This recognition captured the deeper impact of Ash's approach, creating precedents for cooperation that strengthened communities' capacity to address future challenges through collaborative solutions. The work had planted seeds of regional integration that would continue growing long after individual interventions were completed. Walking along the trade route that had once been threatened by desperation, but now bustled with legitimate commerce, Ash reflected on the transformation her preventive approach had created. Security work that focused on addressing root causes rather than merely responding to symptoms had created lasting improvements that strengthened the entire region. Her next assignment would take her to different patrol routes, facing different challenges, but the principles would remain consistent. Understanding underlying problems, facilitating collaborative solutions, building relationships that supported long-term prosperity rather than merely preventing immediate threats. The approach had proven its value through practical results that exceeded traditional security measures. As the morning sun climbed higher over the Commonwealth, illuminating trade routes where former threats had become productive community members, Ash continued her patrol with the quiet satisfaction that came from work that truly served others. The preventive approach to security had transformed desperation into opportunity, potential conflict into collaborative benefit, isolated problems into systemic solutions. Her radio crackled with routine communications from other Minutemen units, their reports reflecting the broader impact of preventive security work throughout the Commonwealth. Communities throughout the region were discovering that investment in economic development created more lasting security than military deterrence alone, while displaced families found legitimate alternatives to dangerous desperation. The work continued, one intervention at a time, building a commonwealth where prosperity created security, cooperation prevented conflict, and communities thrived through mutual assistance rather than isolated struggle. Ash patrol routes had become pathways of hope rather than corridors of threat, testament to the power of addressing root causes rather than merely responding to their symptoms. While Lieutenant Commander Ash's preventive approach transforms potential threats into collaborative opportunities along the Commonwealth's trade routes, in the flood-prone valleys, where settlements struggle against recurring natural disasters, another Minuteman applies different expertise to community challenges. Engineering specialist Rowan arrives at a settlement where the solution to infrastructure problems lies not in technical knowledge alone, but in teaching communities how to work together effectively on complex projects. Join us next for The Settlement Architect. The Commonwealth's river valleys had always been blessed with fertile soil and abundant water, but these same gifts carried the perpetual threat of seasonal flooding that could devastate unprepared communities. Engineering specialist Rowan Thatcher approached the settlement of Riverbend with a methodical assessment that characterized her approach to infrastructure challenges, her trained eye already cataloging the signs of a community struggling against the recurring forces of nature. Even from a distance, the evidence was unmistakable. Water stains on building foundations marked previous flood levels, while elevated platforms and drainage channels showed the settlement's attempts to manage their challenging relationship with the river that provided both life and threat. Gardens and crops were arranged in careful terraces that spoke of hard-won experience with water management, yet the overall impression remained one of a community fighting a losing battle against forces beyond their control. Rowan's pack contained the tools of her specialized trade: surveying equipment, soil analysis kits, technical manuals covering everything from drainage engineering to construction project management. Her role within the Minutemen had evolved from traditional military engineering to something approaching community development, helping settlements build the infrastructure necessary for long-term survival and prosperity in the post-war Commonwealth. The morning mist that clung to the river's surface created an ethereal beauty that belied the practical challenges facing Riverbend's residents. As she descended the winding path toward the settlement proper, Rowan observed the subtle signs that indicated recent flooding: debris caught in fence lines, silted areas where fast-moving water had deposited sediment, the careful positioning of equipment and supplies above likely flood levels. At the settlement's informal boundary, she was met by Elder Cove, whose weathered face and careful bearing reflected decades of leadership during challenging times. The woman's greeting carried the weary courtesy of someone who had seen many offers of assistance fail to address their fundamental problems. "Good morning," Cove said, her tone professionally neutral. "You must be the Minutemen engineer we requested. I'm Cove Whitfield, elected elder for Riverbend. I hope you understand that we've had promises of help before, but our flooding problems have proven persistent." Rowan responded with the patient professionalism she had learned to employ when beginning complex infrastructure assessments. "Good morning, Elder Whitfield. I'm engineering specialist Rowan Thatcher. I'm here to assess your situation and work with your community to develop sustainable solutions. May I ask what previous approaches have been attempted?" The question prompted a detailed recounting that revealed both the settlement's resourcefulness and the limitations they faced. Riverbend's residents had tried numerous individual approaches: sandbag barriers, elevated storage areas, drainage channels dug during dry seasons. Each effort had provided temporary relief, but failed to address the broader systemic challenges that made their location vulnerable to recurring flooding. "We've tried everything we can think of," Cove explained as they walked through the settlement, her gestures indicating various flood mitigation efforts. "But every spring the water comes back higher than our preparations. Last year we lost most of our food storage and had to rebuild 3 homes completely." As they toured the settlement, Rowan observed both the evidence of flood damage and the impressive individual efforts residents had made to protect their community. The problem wasn't lack of motivation or basic understanding of flood management principles. The residents clearly understood their challenges and had worked hard to address them. The issue appeared to be coordination and systematic approach, rather than fundamental knowledge gaps. "You've done excellent work with individual flood preparations," Rowan noted, examining a particularly well-designed elevated storage platform. "The construction quality is impressive. Who designed this system?" The question brought a mix of pride and frustration to Cove's expression. "Different families have different approaches, based on their experience and available materials. Marcus Webb built that platform. He's got good construction sense. But everyone works on their own solutions, and sometimes they don't coordinate well with each other." This observation aligned with Rowan's developing hypothesis about the settlement's challenges. The technical knowledge existed within the community, along with construction skills and appropriate materials. The gap appeared to be in coordinated project planning that could transform individual efforts into comprehensive flood management systems. As they continued the tour, Rowan met several residents whose individual expertise impressed her. Marcus Webb's construction work showed sophisticated understanding of water-resistant building techniques, while gardener Elena Ruiz had developed ingenious terracing systems that managed water flow while maximizing agricultural productivity. Young Phoenix Dare demonstrated remarkable enthusiasm for learning construction techniques, their energy infectious despite the settlement's broader challenges. "Phoenix has been helping with everyone's construction projects," Cove noted with evident fondness. "Eager to learn, always asking questions about how things work. I think they might enjoy talking with you about engineering principles." The introduction proved fortuitous, as Phoenix's curiosity about technical subjects provided an immediate connection for discussing the settlement's challenges. Their questions revealed sophisticated understanding of basic engineering concepts, combined with practical experience gained through hands-on construction work. "I've been wondering why the drainage channels we dug last year didn't work as well as we expected," Phoenix asked as they examined one of the settlement's flood management features. "The design seemed sound, but the water flow patterns were different than we predicted." The question demonstrated exactly the kind of analytical thinking that Rowan hoped to cultivate throughout the community. That's an excellent observation. Drainage effectiveness depends on understanding the entire watershed system, not just individual channels. Would you like to learn about systematic water management planning? Phoenix's enthusiastic response provided Rowan with her first potential collaborator in what she increasingly understood would be a community education project rather than simply a technical engineering assignment. The settlement possessed the skills and materials necessary for effective flood management, but lacked experience with large-scale collaborative planning that could coordinate individual efforts into comprehensive solutions. Over the following days, Rowan conducted detailed technical assessments of Riverbend's flood management challenges. Her surveying equipment revealed drainage patterns that explained why previous individual efforts had achieved limited success. Water flow dynamics required systematic coordination rather than isolated interventions. More importantly, her conversations with residents revealed sophisticated understanding of local conditions combined with impressive individual construction capabilities. The community contained master craftsmen, experienced agriculturists, and practical engineers whose combined expertise could address their flooding challenges effectively if properly coordinated. The technical knowledge exists within your community, Rowan reported during her initial assessment presentation to the Settlement Council. You have skilled builders, effective individual flood management systems, and good understanding of local water patterns. The challenge is coordinating these individual capabilities into comprehensive solutions. This assessment prompted extensive discussion among council members, their conversation revealing the interpersonal dynamics that had limited previous collaborative efforts. Strong individual leadership within different areas of expertise had created multiple independent approaches rather than unified planning, while lack of experience with large-scale project coordination had made comprehensive efforts seem impossibly complex. We've tried to organize community-wide projects before, admitted council member Santos Rivera, whose own expertise in metalworking had made him a valuable contributor to individual flood management efforts. But coordinating schedules, materials, and different approaches, it always seemed to fall apart before we could complete anything comprehensive. The challenge, Rowan realized, wasn't technical but organizational. Riverbend needed to learn collaborative project management as much as flood management engineering. Her role would be teaching the community how to work together effectively on complex, multi-stage projects, rather than simply providing technical solutions to their infrastructure problems. What if we approach this as a learning opportunity, Rowan suggested, introducing the concept that would guide her extended engagement with the settlement. Rather than me designing solutions for you to implement, we could work together to develop community capabilities for collaborative planning and execution. That way you'd be able to address not just current flooding issues, but future infrastructure challenges as well. This approach clearly intrigued the council members, who had experienced the limitations of external assistance that provided temporary solutions without building lasting community capabilities. The possibility of learning systematic approaches to collaborative construction represented genuine empowerment rather than mere technical assistance. Over the following weeks, Rowan began implementing what she privately termed collaborative engineering education, teaching project management principles through hands-on flood management construction. Rather than presenting completed designs for community implementation, she facilitated planning sessions where residents contributed their expertise to comprehensive solutions. The first major project focused on upgrading the settlement's drainage system through coordinated channel construction that would manage water flow throughout the entire community. The technical requirements were significant, but well within the community's capabilities, provided they could coordinate effectively across multiple construction teams. Effective drainage requires understanding the entire water flow system, Rowan explained during the first planning session. Her technical drawings spread across tables in the community meeting hall. Individual channels work best when they're part of coordinated networks that guide water safely through the settlement and into appropriate discharge areas. The planning process revealed both the community's technical sophistication and their need for systematic coordination. Different residents contributed expertise about local soil conditions, water flow patterns, construction techniques, and material availability. The challenge was integrating these individual contributions into unified plans that could guide coordinated construction efforts. Phoenix proved invaluable during these planning sessions. Their enthusiasm for learning combined with practical construction experience, making them natural coordinators between different expertise areas. Their questions helped bridge gaps between specialists, while their willingness to tackle challenging tasks inspired broader community participation. If we coordinate the drainage channels with the elevated storage platforms, we could create integrated systems that protect both buildings and supplies, Phoenix suggested during one planning session. Their observation revealing sophisticated understanding of systematic engineering principles. This insight led to expanded planning that addressed multiple flood management challenges through coordinated approaches. Rather than treating drainage, elevation, and storage as separate problems, the community began developing integrated solutions that maximized protection while minimizing construction requirements. The actual construction phase began with small-scale demonstration projects that allowed residents to practice collaborative techniques while building confidence in their collective capabilities. Rowan's role evolved from technical instructor to project coordinator, helping residents organize work schedules, coordinate material sharing, and maintain communication between different construction teams. The key to successful collaborative construction is clear communication and flexible scheduling, she explained as work teams organized around different aspects of the drainage project. Everyone brings different capabilities and availability, so we need systems that allow people to contribute effectively without requiring identical participation from everyone. This approach proved remarkably effective, as residents discovered that their individual expertise became more valuable when integrated with others' contributions. Master craftsmen found their skills amplified by additional hands, while less experienced workers gained valuable education through hands-on participation in complex projects. Marcus Webb's construction expertise proved particularly valuable for coordinating the technical aspects of drainage channel construction. His ability to assess soil conditions, determine appropriate channel dimensions, and organize construction sequences provided essential technical leadership that complemented Rowan's project management guidance. "I've been building for 20 years, he observed during one construction session, but I never realized how much more we could accomplish by coordinating our efforts systematically. Working alone, I could build good individual solutions. Working together, we can build great comprehensive systems." This recognition reflected the broader transformation occurring throughout Riverbend, as residents discovered the advantages of collaborative construction. Projects that would have been impossible for individual families became achievable when approached through coordinated community effort, while individual expertise became more valuable when shared through systematic cooperation. Eleanor Ruiz's agricultural expertise proved equally valuable for integrating flood management with productive land use. Her understanding of soil drainage, crop water requirements, and erosion control provided essential guidance for ensuring that flood management improvements supported rather than compromised agricultural productivity. The drainage channels can actually improve our agricultural capabilities, she explained while reviewing construction plans. By controlling water flow, we can prevent erosion while directing moisture to areas where it will support crop growth. It's engineering that serves multiple purposes simultaneously. This integrated approach to flood management and agricultural improvement demonstrated the advantages of collaborative planning that considered multiple community needs simultaneously. Rather than treating infrastructure and agriculture as separate concerns, the community was learning to develop solutions that addressed both requirements through unified approaches. As construction progressed through the summer months, Riverbend transformed both physically and socially. The drainage system took shape through coordinated efforts that demonstrated the community's growing capabilities for collaborative project management, while residents gained confidence in their collective ability to address complex challenges through systematic cooperation. The social transformation proved as significant as the physical improvements. Residents who had previously worked independently began seeking opportunities for collaboration, understanding that coordinated efforts could achieve results beyond individual capabilities. Planning sessions became regular community activities, with residents contributing ideas and expertise to ongoing projects, while developing plans for future improvements. Working together like this has changed how we think about community projects, Cove observed during one of her regular consultations with Rowan. We used to see big projects as impossible because no individual family could handle them alone. Now we understand that we can accomplish remarkable things when we coordinate our efforts effectively. The first major test of the new drainage system came with heavy rains in late summer, weather that would have caused significant flooding under previous conditions. The community watched with nervous anticipation as water levels rose, testing their coordinated flood management improvements. The results exceeded even optimistic expectations. Water flowed smoothly through the coordinated drainage channels, storage areas remained dry, and elevated platforms protected essential supplies without requiring emergency evacuation. Most remarkably, the system functioned automatically, requiring no crisis management or emergency response from residents. It actually works, Phoenix marveled as they observed the drainage system managing floodwaters that would have been devastating under previous conditions. All those planning sessions and coordinated construction really paid off. We built something that actually solves our flooding problems. The successful flood management test provided validation for the collaborative approach that had guided the project from inception through completion. More importantly, it demonstrated to residents that they possessed the capabilities necessary for addressing complex infrastructure challenges through coordinated community effort. As autumn progressed, the community began applying their newly developed collaborative capabilities to other infrastructure projects. Waste management systems, renewable energy installations, and food preservation facilities all became subjects for coordinated planning and construction, with residents contributing expertise to comprehensive solutions. We've learned that we can tackle almost any infrastructure challenge if we approach it systematically, Santos Rivera noted during a community meeting focused on winter preparation projects. The flood management project taught us how to coordinate our individual skills into collective capabilities. This transformation in community confidence and capability reflected the deeper impact of Rowan's educational approach. Rather than simply solving immediate flood management problems, the collaborative construction process had taught residents systematic approaches to infrastructure development that would serve them for years to come. The winter months provided opportunities for planning future projects while maintaining and improving current systems. Rowan's role gradually shifted from active instructor to occasional consultant, as residents developed confidence in their own collaborative planning capabilities. I feel like we've graduated from needing constant guidance to being able to manage our own projects, Marcus Webb observed during one winter planning session. The collaborative techniques we learned are becoming natural parts of how we approach community challenges. This recognition marked a significant milestone in Riverbend's transformation from a community struggling with recurring problems to one capable of addressing complex challenges through systematic cooperation. The flood management project had provided the foundation for broader infrastructure development capabilities that would continue growing long after Rowan's departure. As spring approached, bringing the seasonal flooding that had previously threatened the settlement, residents prepared with confidence rather than anxiety. The previous year's drainage improvements had proven their effectiveness, while ongoing maintenance and minor improvements had further enhanced system performance. More significantly, the community had developed contingency plans for extreme weather events that exceeded their primary flood management capabilities. Rather than hoping their systems would be sufficient, residents had learned to plan for multiple scenarios while maintaining capability for rapid response to unexpected challenges. Last year at this time, we were worried about whether we'd lose our homes to flooding, Elena Ruiz reflected as spring rains began. This year, we're confident in our flood management systems while planning additional improvements for next season. That's a remarkable transformation. The spring flood season provided final validation for the collaborative approach to infrastructure development. Heavy rains that would have devastated the settlement in previous years were managed effectively by coordinated systems that protected both buildings and agricultural areas, while directing water flow to appropriate discharge areas. As floodwaters receded, revealing successful protection of all settlement infrastructure, residents began planning expanded projects for the coming year. The success of collaborative construction had inspired confidence in their collective capabilities, while practical experience had provided the foundation for addressing increasingly complex challenges. "We're not just surviving flooding anymore," Cove observed as she surveyed the settlement's dry buildings and protected agricultural areas. "We're thriving, despite challenging conditions, because we've learned to work together systematically on complex projects." Rowan's final weeks in Riverbend were spent documenting the collaborative construction techniques that had proven successful, creating reference materials that would support continued community infrastructure development. Her technical manuals would remain as resources for future projects, while residents had developed practical experience that would guide ongoing improvements. The most important thing we've learned is that we can accomplish remarkable things when we coordinate our individual capabilities effectively, Phoenix observed during a final planning session. The flood management project was just the beginning of what we can achieve through collaborative construction. As she prepared to depart for her next assignment, Rowan reflected on the transformation she had witnessed. Riverbend had evolved from a community struggling with recurring flooding to one capable of addressing complex infrastructure challenges through systematic cooperation. The physical improvements were significant, but the development of collaborative capabilities represented lasting change that would serve residents for generations. The settlement's flood management systems stood as testament to what communities could accomplish when individual expertise was coordinated through systematic planning and collaborative construction. More importantly, residents had developed confidence in their collective capabilities that would guide future projects long after immediate flooding concerns had been addressed. During her final evening in Riverbend, Rowan was invited to share dinner with several families whose collaboration had made the successful flood management project possible. The conversation reflected the community's transformation from isolated individual efforts to coordinated collective capability, while planning discussions revealed ambitious projects that would continue improving their infrastructure capabilities. "You didn't just help us solve our flooding problems," Marcus Webb reflected during the evening's discussion. "You taught us how to work together effectively on complex projects. That knowledge we'll use for the rest of our lives." This recognition captured the deeper impact of collaborative engineering education, creating lasting capabilities rather than temporary solutions, empowering communities to address their own challenges rather than depending on external assistance. The approach had transformed not just physical infrastructure, but community confidence and capability. As dawn broke over Riverbend the next morning, revealing a settlement transformed through collaborative construction, Rowan prepared for departure with the satisfaction that came from genuine community empowerment. The flood management systems would continue protecting residents for years to come, while the collaborative capabilities they had developed would guide countless future projects. Walking along the elevated pathways that now connected Riverbend's buildings above potential flood levels, she observed the settlement's morning routines proceeding with confidence rather than anxiety about seasonal flooding. The physical improvements were impressive, but the social transformation was even more significant. A community that had learned to accomplish remarkable things through systematic cooperation. Her pack contained the same tools she had brought months earlier, but her understanding of their application had evolved through practical experience with collaborative engineering education. The most effective infrastructure development combined technical expertise with community empowerment, creating lasting capabilities rather than temporary solutions. As she climbed the path leading away from Riverbend's protected valley, Rowan carried the quiet satisfaction that came from work that truly served others. The settlement's flood management systems would function for decades, but the collaborative capabilities residents had developed would continue growing and adapting to address whatever challenges the future might bring. The morning sun climbed higher over the Commonwealth, illuminating a landscape where communities were learning to thrive through systematic cooperation rather than isolated struggle. Behind her, Riverbend continued its daily routines with the confidence that came from successful collaborative construction, while ahead lay new settlements facing their own infrastructure challenges. New opportunities to teach collaborative capabilities that would empower communities for generations to come. The work continued, one project at a time, building a commonwealth where communities could address complex challenges through systematic cooperation, where individual expertise became more valuable through collaborative application, where engineering education created lasting empowerment rather than temporary assistance. Rowan's next assignment waited, another opportunity to demonstrate that the most effective infrastructure development combined technical knowledge with community empowerment, creating capabilities that would continue growing long after individual projects were completed. Thanks for wandering the wasteland with me tonight. If these stories helped you relax, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments. For uninterrupted sleep, these videos play straight through without ads, letting the sounds of the wasteland guide you all night long. If you want more, check out our Patreon for early access and exclusive Spotify playlists. Link in the description. Sleep well, fellow vault dwellers. May your dreams be peaceful and your nights raid-free. Good night.